Good morning, chat. How you guys doing today? Crimson Desert! That's fucking right. We're gonna actually watch that after. That shit was actually hyping me the fuck up. Hype me up. So how you all doing this morning? The 2x minigame? Oh. You know what? I just realized, Cabell. I should have waited to gather my life skill stuff for this event. Oh well. Oh well, what you gonna do? Clean my glasses and then we'll go see our mistress, Cartian. Oh yeah, that song's a banger. I don't even think this is part of my playlist. I think this is still just continuing from yesterday. Oh wait, never mind. Maybe it is. Oh no, it isn't. It is now. It is now. Okay, let's get set up for Cartian. Yeah, I still have a bunch of silver keys and gold keys. Fuck, did I put a fingerprint on my glasses? Sometimes I think there's a fingerprint on my eyeball. I swear to God, there's always... Actually, I think it's a glare. A slight glare off the wall behind me or something on my monitor. I don't know if I could do a glossy monitor. Even my matte monitor, like I'm so sensitive to light changes behind me, even off my matte monitor. I don't know if I could ever do a... Named your monitor, Matt? Yeah. I did, yeah. Oh, did I not put a claw on this? Wait, that purple cape looks kind of sick like this. Why the fuck haven't I tried this setup? Wait, I kind of fucking like that. Yo, we got it! It's exactly what we're gonna say later. Wait, that's not as bright. Okay, what do I have different between those two? This one's True Indigo. Yo, what's up, Techo? Hey, let's get it, chat. This week we don't need to wear our DP stone. Wait, why am I only at 451? I thought it was at 452. Shit, never mind. I guess I do need 9 more DP. 2 of your 4? Hey, at least you're average. That's all I want. I'll be content with average. Yeah, it must be the zone buff that threw me off. I guess you need full tet in 1 pen. I don't know why I thought it was full tet. Defeat cost. Defeat Cartian. Maybe I don't want to defeat Cartian. Maybe I want her to defeat me. Maybe I want to be a prisoner in her dungeon. I love that I can't fucking bolt because there's not enough room! I either fall off or I hold W. Oh my goodness. I can't use my spear bolts. I can't use fucking anything. You lock Rift Chain? No, Rift Chain's fine. It's Bolt that's a problem. I'm not that worried about a red bank. The difference is inconsequential. Can I make it? Can I make it? Yeah, I can. I just gotta use these pillars. Oh, but that is not what I wanted to do. No! Maybe the key is to just hit it right here. Where we're going, we don't need platforms. Oh shit, maybe we do. Oh shit, I take it back.
You've come.
Oh my god, those
So
niggas.
come, test me, and witness the glory of this newfound power.
Good thing all those heals are there just in case I need them. Oh wait, my abilities fucking hit them all! What? I wasn't in that. Try not to hit that heal just in case I need it. Oh, fuck, I might need it. Fuck. Oh. Oh, will you? Oh, I accidentally dashed the wrong way. Thank goodness I didn't fall. What do you mean so close? What do you mean no? Ronan, I swear to God, you're supposed to be on my side. What are you, with Cartian? Okay, I don't blame you. I'm with Cartian too. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, wait. I'm still getting hit. Oh, goddamn. What? What? My character's big ass. Or cape, I guess. Holy fucking circles. Oh, she's about to do the little teleport laser thingy. Oh. Cut that out. Hit her with the hundo. Oh, what? I just realized it said the Black Sunrises. That was the guild I was in World of Warcraft. Lightning Surge? Where are you at? Huh? Okay, this time she teleports, and then she does the thing. Nope, next one. There it is. Oh my goodness, that was so close. Oh shit. Did you cut it out? That CC'd me through my forward guard! What the hell? Woo! Oh, I can fix her. Huh, 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 huh. Gathering XP? Who cares about gathering XP? Why don't you go gather some self-respect? How about that? I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. Open our box. Boom. Open this box. Boom. Now what do we need again? We need, I think, like 10 Caphras per and 3 sharps. No, 20 Caphras. I hope you feel your fucking depths. Oh, I hope I do too, so this way I have an excuse to be pissed off at Ronin. Okay. Tap number 1, chat. Let her rip. We got our 54% chance. I fucking love BDO. I fucking love BDO. I love BDO. Yay! Yay! I love RNG time-gated content. This is so fun. It really makes me want to stay logged into the game. Boy, Pearl Abyss sure learned from the mistakes of other games. Can't wait for them to follow in the path of Lost Ark.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
Why the fuck those things aren't moving? I'm not kidding either.
Emotional damage.
This shit makes me not want to play the game. It really makes me not want to play the game. Can we make it across? I actually just want to log off. That's all this does to me. Because it's like, oh, nope, you're falling further behind. So this Adonia content designed around this region, you don't get to participate because you just got unlucky on time-gated content. Congratulations, you don't get to participate. And every week, I fall further behind. I've only had 1 week where I hit average luck, so I just keep falling further behind. Imagine how the gearlets feel. I mean, the gearlets need to actually get gear. I have no sympathy for people who don't play the game for not having gear. But when the people who do bust their asses are getting fucking gatekept from shit is absolutely obnoxious. You're actually punishing the people who are most dedicated to your game. I don't know in what world you think that that's a good business model. Yeah. They honestly should have just gave all of the Pen Fallen God owners titles. And put like a little thing on their armor. Call me crazy. I would have, if having a Pen Fallen God meant I got an exclusive title that nobody could ever achieve ever again by having it before these armors existed, I would have actually bought a Pen Fallen God armor just for that. To me, that is way more interesting and valuable of a reward than just gatekeeping 99.99% of the population behind a time gate to accommodate the... I mean, let's be honest, it is even 1/100th of a percentage of the population. It's less than that. It was just such a terrible business decision. I don't understand why they thought it was a good idea. Like, it legit just makes me want to log off the game and just go play something else until I can do my clicks next week. Is that really what you want your player base to feel like? Because that's what this system does. EA didn't understand the problem. Having them release sovereign weapons and having people instantly get deck, obviously not good when you add content and people can cap it out first day. Time gating isn't the way. What everybody actually wants is just make it so the new regions are tied to it. Like, make it so it's something you have to actually go play the game to get. Not something you can prepare for, right? So this way, like, I'm obviously a BDO degenerate, right? I play this game way more than the vast majority of the population. But I also don't think that I should be allowed to just immediately speedrun new progression. It should be tied to new regions where you actually have to go out and play the region. And, you know, maybe a little bit of prep beforehand helps, but you're not getting it day one, right? You still got to go out and grind the stones. They're a rare drop. You have to play the game. But, like, I honestly don't know what I'm about to go grind for. I have a couple, like, I have everything upgraded, light stones and artifacts that I actually use for PvP and PvE. I'm literally just upgrading the extras now, so just for the sake of having them. Like, I'll be honest, if I could pull the same views playing PoE right now, I'd be logging out of BDO and playing PoE too. That's exactly what I'd be doing. Yeah, I can't wait for them to time gate the alchemy stones as well to compensate the 3 fucking cheaters and the 1 person who got lucky for getting a shining stone. I can't wait. Okay, let's see how they change this spot. No preset applied. I was wondering why that felt like it took so long. I did that without crystals. It's like, damn, this is... I'm weak this week. It's alright. Who needs crystals to do bosses? PoE 2 is way better this season. They made massive improvements this season. Yoink. My chicken now, fellas. My chicken now. It's alright. We have 7 days again, you guys. 7 more days for us to go below average and fall further behind and never get to join these Idana fights. Kind of no war buff we have today. Oh, 15, okay. Go refresh my house buff. Is the dot gonna fuck with me? I'm probably not gonna be able to go, am I? No. Had a feeling. Oh my god. I got a guild point. Come on, heal up, heal up, heal up, heal up, heal up, heal up, heal up. No. Yes, I'm gonna grind with that elk stone. the max gear score you can reach now? I don't know. Gear score doesn't matter when you have items that are better than others that have no gear score. What's up, Gambit? I'm doing alright. Just slowly becoming more resentful of this game. Which bugs me because I know where this road goes. Not allegedly, they are doing it. They said they're doing it. There's no reason for them to change their mind now. I don't care about your master plan. You preyed on my downfall and you won. You actually deserve a 24-hour ban. It'll make me happy. Doubtful, but I'll hear it. I have a feeling it'll make you happy, me hearing it. Making a treasure storage. I don't know that, no. Grumpy boy, yeah. When it doesn't matter how hard I work in this game, when the effort I put into my progression means absolutely nothing, yeah, it makes me not want to play the game. And it makes me grumpy. I don't mind getting unlucky if I could just put in extra work to overcome bad luck. It makes me not want to play the game when getting unlucky just means there's nothing I can do about it. It's just a haha get fucked loser type moment. A trash can to store trash in. Yeah, there's a lot of old Elkstone information that people are trading around because it's the first time they've seen it and they think it's new. Whatever you're looking at, it's probably that. Maybe we'll see something on Global Lab though. If it hits Global Lab today, then technically they still met the September deadline on KR because it'll be September 30th when it hits KR. Right? Might be time to buy that? No. At this point, dude, it's going to be damn near impossible. Even if you wanted to buy a Pen Fallen God now, you got to remember, most of the people who have a Pen Fallen God are going to convert it, so they can't sell it anymore, right? And most people who hit it are probably going to just convert it. The window of ever buying one, again, is probably gone. Unless somebody just YOLOs their gear because they're quitting and then sells it to YOLO more clicks. That's about the only reason. I do genuinely believe this is a temporary thing. I think by the time we get the 10th castle, they'll make it so we can grind for these stones. And I really hope that this is just a temporary thing that they're doing for Pen Fallen God, even though I really disagree with how they did it. Hopefully they don't do this again. They recognize why it's a problem. I hope they do something like with the silent stones, right? You know how you got these distorted and silent stones? Well, I hope the second half of Adania drops stones where if you collect 50 of them, you can convert them to you can combine them into an Adania fragment and then do a click. So it'll still take you like an extra week or two for an extra click, but like at least then your extra efforts feel like they can actually go towards it, right? I hope they do that with the next region. By then, the compensation that the Pen Fallen God owners have got, I think, is sufficient. At that point, it's not worth it keeping your player base, the rest of your player base, miserable. Yeah, I think that's primarily, Neki, because we were converting from normal accessories and normal gear to this new system. I think from here on out, they don't necessarily need to do that. Right? I'm hoping next time around it's actually like, yeah, if you have a deck, it converts to like a pen. And if you have a knob, it converts to like maybe a base, right? So this way there's more steps to go from there. Because, yeah, I like having lots of things to work on. And I like feeling like I can continue to work on them at any time. These armors frustrate me because, like, it just doesn't matter what you do. And the thing that adds insult to injury is, like, I really enjoyed that Adania fight that I managed to get in once. And every week where I go below average, it means that, you know, I am falling further and further and further from ever being eligible to do that again. And, you know, I gotta hope later on, right? Once we start pushing past Pen, I gotta hope I just get like a couple weeks of a lucky streak, because that'll be the only way to make up the gap. See? And I personally don't like that, Kazed. I think people who don't want to play the game and are upset that the game wants them to play the game more, I don't think they should be catered to. If you don't want to play the game, don't play the game. You don't have to progress. But why should you add a system that makes it so the people who do want to play the game are... What's the word I'm looking for? You're making it so the people who do want to play the game and put in that extra effort have no reason to. Like, think about that. Should the game cater to people who don't want to play the game and progress, or should it cater to the people who do want to play the game? Yeah, these are dying much faster. Penalized? Maybe. It's how PA keeps them around, but it's not. It's not going to keep people around. Yeah, it doesn't incentivize actually playing the game right now. It doesn't. If they finish it all fast, they're gone. It's the thing, though. Of all the people who finished their deck sovereigns day one, do you really think that those people all left? They did not. Trust me, they did not. The people who are willing to put in that much effort, they're here for the long haul. They're not putting in thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of hours just to be like, okay, I'm there, I'm logging out. They enjoy the process of progressing. And, you know, they enjoy benefiting from the fruits of their labor. Now, there's certainly an argument to be made about giving us more things to do outside of just grinding. Instead of just, you know, between the hours of 9 to 10 p.m. you got Node War, or 9 to midnight for Siege on Saturdays. RBF is obviously an extremely shitty implementation. We used to have a lot more open world PvP. You know, open world used to feel like... open world was the reason to grind. You grinded to get stronger, so you and your guild could hold down the better grind spots to progress faster than your enemies, right? It was an arms race. But now you need this handshake from both guilds, and most guilds aren't willing. They only ever want to fight when it's convenient for them, which means nobody fights most of the time. And now there's no open world driving factor pushing guilds to try to progress faster than each other. I have a few friends that are hard capped and only log in when there's new content. And guess what? If you actually made it so you had to come out here and grind these stones and they were difficult. Like, imagine if each individual extra click was as difficult as making 50 silent origin fragments and turning it into one stone. They would have plenty of reason to be grinding and progressing. But there isn't, right? People who cap out their gear want progression. Like I said, I agree. I don't want like with deck sovereign weapons where people are capping it out day one. And they made a clear mistake by tying those stones to bosses and then making them way too abundant. You know, those stones, if we didn't all cron our weapons, those stones wouldn't have been overabundant. But I think that was the problem. They, for some reason, didn't think that we would be cronning our weapons. And when you cron your weapon, you use, obviously, significantly less stones, right? But that problem happened because they didn't want to give any grind spots to Land of the Morning Light originally. So they said, okay, well, where do we put these stones? Okay, we'll put it on these bosses that we're putting here. And then the market just got overflooded with the stones. And then it just became how many crons you saved up. Which is obviously isn't a good thing, right? I think you should have a little bit of a benefit for stockpiling, you know, resources before something comes out. But you should still have to actually go out and play the new region and the new content to get the primary bottleneck. So this way it still takes people, even people who are trillions prepared, it still takes them months to progress. And then the people who aren't trillions prepared, they're out there grinding for the same stones, but they're making the same money for the crons that they would have needed anyways, right? That's how it should be done. this idea that it, I don't know. This mentality that some people have where they're like, I like it because it makes me feel like I don't need to play the game in order to stay caught up. It's like, really? Do we really think that that's a good business model? That we should cater to people who don't want to play the game? I mean, if you don't want to play the game, you could just not play the game. But why this entitlement that you should... Because you don't want to play the game, you should still be at the bleeding edge of progression. Like, it's absolutely obnoxious. It's absolutely entitled. Yeah, that's annoying when you do disconnect and you wake up and your character's not fishing anymore. And I don't understand why they can't do that, because if you're training on a dummy and you disconnect, when it reconnects, it'll put you back on the dummy, so I don't understand why they can't do that with fishing. Yeah. I mean, it's over a 10-year-old engine, right? I do give PA some lenience when it comes to this engine. You know, the game's 10 years old, and the development of the game probably took a year or so, and then they had to work on the engine before that. Shit. From the conception of the engine, it might be getting closer to 15 years. Surprised they wanted to make this their flagship game without an engine update? What do you mean? This engine was amazing when this game was first being developed. The fact that it still holds up to the new modern MMOs in a lot of ways shows how impressive of an engine it was at the time. Remember, PA was just a little indie company. Black Desert was their first product, their first IP. Think of how many other MMO developers would love to have had as much success as BDO did, but their games flopped. Well, it's a 15-year-old engine. You have to have realistic expectations of an engine that old. And that's why they are making a brand new engine, or have made a brand new engine for their future IPs, right? Crimson Desert is going to be on the Black Space engine, their new engine. And it's a phenomenal engine. I got to get my hands on Crimson Desert when I was there. We should actually watch that trailer after during this next AFK phase. We have an actual release date for Crimson Desert, at least on PlayStation. I'm assuming it's going to be a global release, but no, it's not an MMO. That doesn't mean, though, that they can't eventually make an engine on it. Oh, you already pre-ordered it on Steam? Shit. I might have to do that. Because I'm definitely going to play it. Crimson Desert Rune video? I disagree. Paid actor, yeah. I am actually super hyped for Crimson Desert. I hope Enlave, Ronin, please pass this to the higher ups. Do some type of integration with the story that like you link your Crimson Desert account to your Pearl Abyss account, and when you complete the game, make it give you like a title in BDO or some shit like that. Something to draw players from Crimson Desert into the BDO universe and into Black Desert. Please. If you guys don't do something, even something as small as just giving a title or an outfit, I will be so upset with that missed opportunity. I was super impressed when I got to play it when I was in LA because the settings were cranked and it was running super smooth the whole time. I didn't notice a single stutter. There was no frame generation going on. There was no... actually, I can't remember if there was upscaling. I don't think there was. But I was super... And the hardware was less than what I'm using now. Not much. They had a pretty solid rig. I mean, you say that, but BDO is capturing new people all the time. I think one of the biggest things BDO struggles with is player retention, not player acquisition. You ask almost anybody who is an MMO fan if they've tried Black Desert, and almost every single one of them has at one point. I think that's why. I think that's why last year, Pearl Abyss focused so hard on quality of life updates, because they're trying to address player retention. Okay, let's see if I can find that new Crimson Desert trailer. Here we go. Found it.
This trailer got me so hyped. This is, in my opinion, their best trailer yet, and they showed some new stuff in here.
Okay, let me make sure you guys can hear the audio. Wait, why isn't that fitting in the screen properly? Why is the bottom cut off? And the top? I don't have a fucking widescreen monitor. 1 second. Let me make sure they didn't change the spot too. Just give me 1 second, chat. I just want to make sure that when this AFK phase ends, it doesn't immediately apply the dot on me. It used to not, but with them have changing this thing, I want to double check. Should be almost over. Okay. Yeah, let's see if this is fitting properly now. What the hell? Why is it? I'm so... Is there a filter on that? No. I do not understand why there's... One second. I'm going to try something. Okay, now it isn't. Why was it doing that? That is so weird to me. Okay. Anyways, we got it fixed now. Let's restart it. One thing I noticed too is it looks like they're showing some new classes there. I don't know if that archer was just an NPC or what. But coming up here. Here. I'll just let it play through first and then we'll go back through. Yeah, he was. I thought it was so sick. So March 19th there, chat. Here, I'll turn down the audio bit. So some things that I immediately noticed was, yeah, the wolf. Where is it? And yeah, all archers are NPCs. I don't know if this was just an NPC or not. I have a feeling it was. Then you have a little orc here. Or Rudum, I guess. The first little fight here. Oh yeah, him riding the wolf. The landscape too, like it looks so nice. Yeah, he kind of does look like Goyen a bit, eh? I wonder if this little fucker's Shikatu. Hey, he's obviously a little goblin. Let's fight him a little bit there. I hope we get to fight like a lot of these characters. I hope we get to beat Lustens. I hope we get to beat Igor Bartali's ass. In a Yar game, of course. And then you have... or is it? Now this looks like a playable character, right? The way the animations are going based off of my experience playing it. This guy looks playable, and he doesn't look anything like the character that they've been showing the whole time, right? Yeah, I remember seeing a Lustin. He was standing inside like this big area, and he was fucking young as hell. Like this guy looks different than the other guy, and he's got a big old axe, kind of like a Zerker, although I think he's at Rudum, right? I think they have like a Rudum class. This is something new that I don't think is BDO. I'll be honest, if they implemented a big Rudum class like this with an axe, I might actually play that. That shit would be fun as hell. Here, and then you have this. This is like, what is this, a Ranger or a Kuno or something? Here, I'll slow down the playback speed. Right? And then you have this guy. He's like a monk, but he looks like he could be the character we've been seeing. Can you go by frame by frame? It doesn't go frame by frame. It goes by second, right? Or wait, no, you're talking other keys. You're talking these. Ah, here we go. Yeah. So like this, considering the shield on his back here, he looks like he's still that same old character, right? That same other character. Just he's wearing a robe now. Definitely lots of motion blur. Yeah, you look at his face there, it kind of looks like the same guy. But definitely a completely different style of fighting than we've seen with the other. He does kind of look more like a monk. Or more like a striker, right? There you go, there's a better look at his face. And then this fight's kind of cool. I like how it actually just lunged in. Like, is this a BDO characters? Is this a GM? Is that the GM mask? Is that UN Lave? Do we get to fight the GMs? Kind of looks like a GM mask. Not the GM robe, though. And then this, obviously fucking Zerker, right? Like, there's no mistaking this guy. But even him, right? Even him, his face kind of looks similar when you see under the brim of the hat there a bit. Like maybe it's just the weapon he puts on. Like you can play, even though everybody picks the same character. Maybe it's like other games where depending on like what you want to use, like Borderlands, for example, right? Where depending you get to pick your playstyle based on the weapons and stuff that you choose. So you'll be able to play your character like a Mosa, a Ranger. Although, I guess there's obviously a female character. Maybe you get to pick one of the two. Because that Ranger-looking class definitely looked like it. And then this thing. What the fuck is this? You know, if they start doing some, like, God of War-style fighting, holy fuck. I love that. I always thought it felt so epic when games did that, right? So I hope we see that. I hope this isn't just, like, eye candy. I hope this is something. Shadows of the Colossus, exactly, right? I hope it's like that. They have encounters like that, and I have a feeling they will. Because those fights feel so fucking epic. So epic. Like, look how big this guy is. He's looking like he could just sneeze on you and you're ended. I don't think it's actually supposed to be a prequel. I think people were thinking it was supposed to be a prequel. I think and I don't know if any of the GMs here can weigh in on this, but if I'm not mistaken, it's just reusing a bunch of stuff from the BDO universe, but almost like a different timeline or something like that, right? I don't think they ever said it's going to like help establish the story of BDO. I think it's just going to be kind of its own thing, and they're throwing characters that we already know into it, characters we already love. I can't remember exactly, though. You'll find out on the 19th, you bitch. That's it. That's it. This thing's cool, too. Like, I wonder if Marnie made this guy. I wonder if we're going to see Marnie in here, eh? Like, this dragon looks cool as hell. Here. Even though this is all supposed to be in-game footage, I'm sure this is just like a little cutscene. Oh, wait a minute. There's a dude on his head right here. I never noticed that. Yo, he's got a rider on him. Who do we think this is? I just noticed the hat. You have like a leg here and a foot. That's bicep. Let's see if maybe we can get an angle on this dude on top. Wait, maybe that's the main character. Maybe that's not a hat. Maybe that's a shield on his back. I'm kind of thinking that's the main character we've been seeing. I'm trying to see if there's somebody on the back of this dragon or if it's just the dragon. Yeah, that's totally the character we've been watching. Seeing that side profile there? Yeah. I don't see anything on the back of this dragon. And then there's this thing. Is this Marnie? Is this little Marnie's camp here? Is this, yo, is Marnie BDO's Heisenberg? Yo, he's cooking up some of that crystal meth? Is that like a little dragonfly down there? I don't know what that is. This almost looks like a fucking weapon of some like a long-range weapon there. Actually, there's like explosions and stuff going on all over the distance. I got to fight this guy when I was there. I got to do part of this campaign, or quest or story or whatever the hell they're calling it. And this big dude is kind of cool. Like a big old fucking yeti. It looks like too, he probably plowed through the front of whatever this area is. I'm trying to see if that, oh, maybe not. Maybe not. That doesn't, no, never mind. That's not a broken down wall. Like, look at the landscape. Look at this tower. Is this, yo, what's that tower in Serendia? Nah, it doesn't look like it. Or maybe it's, you know, there's no scaffolding around it. Maybe it's, still intact. Jumping off the dragon midair. That's kind of sick. And, like, this dragon looks so much like the one we've got to ride in BDO. And then this is where it ends. Did it kick out some what? Wait, did it take a dump? You're right. What is that? Green Lantern? No. So, like I said, I got to play when I was in LA, and there was two types of. You had like a magic system that you could fill up, and you could do things like jump higher. You could like shoot, like almost like you were Iron Man. You know how he uses like his little thrusters from his hands to jump up and shit? Well, you're able to do that with it, but you were also able to use other magic with it. So it's like there was like two different resources you're trying to balance. Choice is gonna hate it. Choice hates secondary resource systems. But it was yeah, look at that. What happened here? What happened? What's the dragon popping out there? Little dookie in the sky. Yeah, so I'm super excited for Crimson Desert. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I don't care that it's going to be a single player game. It's supposed to have some online elements to it. I hope that here, we'll get the time on there. I hope that they integrate it into BDO somehow. Get people, like, give us a, like I said, either a title or an outfit or something that you link your two accounts together once you play through the game. Just something to show. Some way to cross it over. Yeah. I feel like it'd be such a missed opportunity if they don't do that, because it could be a great way to get some new players into BDO. Give me 100k crowns and I'll play it. Fine. Yo. They could totally do that though, right? Maybe not 100k, but... Oh. Okay, time to go back to being cranky about my armors. Ugh, I can't believe I only hit fucking one. What if they gave us like some type of cool treasure item in BDO? Like a recall stone, where you could take it anywhere in the game and you could bind it to that location, and then you could use it at any time to teleport to that location. Something like that, right? Or it could be something for our talisman slot, right? Or insignia slot. Make it give 1 AP, 1 DP, so now every BDO player has to play through Crimson Desert. That'd be fucked up. Don't do that. That'd be fucked up. Yeah, to do the last castle, you have to do it. Yeah. Oh. What channel am I on? I think I'm on Serendia 2 still? Yeah. You'll pop a Gunner buff? Oh, hell yeah. I didn't even realize there wasn't a buff pop. That would have popped it myself. I appreciate you. You know, I've said this time and time again, right? There's so many things in BDO. Everybody knows that BDO's combat is, like, fantastic. But they've tried to do so many things that other MMOs have done, and they've done it worse, that it made me question whether or not BDO's combat was a fluke. If it was just an accident that they managed to make, like, some of the best MMO combat out there. But when I got my hands on Crimson Desert, it immediately told me, no, it wasn't a fluke, because they've done it again. And they didn't just copy and paste it either. It feels different, but it still feels really good. So, it restored my faith in Pearl Abyss, that it wasn't a fluke, the combat, that they are just hell-bent on always trying to innovate, right? And you got to remember, that's part of the cost. If you ask any innovator how many flops they have, they'll tell you hundreds. They have hundreds of mistakes before they finally get to something good, right? And I feel like that's a BDO, that they're like, no, we accept that we're going to make way more mistakes in the process of trying to make something original. Because let's be honest, how many WoW clones have we seen over the years who, instead of trying to innovate, they just copied and pasted things from other games, and then those games fail? Because why would anybody leave what they're currently playing to play a clone of what they're playing? So I definitely give Pearl Abyss credit for that. Although I think when it comes to some things, while they're trying to iron out a new system and innovate, they should give us something that does work. Like, RBF still annoy the hell out of me. EA's original founding team is supposedly working on Crimson Desert. Do you have a source for that statement, or is that just... Trust me, bro. I wish they stopped stealing devs out of Black Desert to fund Crimson Desert. I think that's a silly statement as well. The implication of that is there's an unlimited amount of devs that they could hire. Yo, thank you for that, Azuria. I appreciate it. If there was an unlimited resource of devs that they could hire, then sure, maybe you could say they should just hire new people for that. But that's definitely not the case. There was an article about PA culture is hardcore and being able to achieve big things in little time. Driven by the original founder, now president. Now he's involved in Crimson Desert. Well, I mean, of course the founder and president is going to be involved with future IPs. I mean, that doesn't mean anything. If you have a link to that article, though, I'd be certainly interested in reading it. I like to kind of try to get into the mind of PA, try to understand how they're viewing their IPs and their company. Yeah, it still doesn't mean anything, though. My point still stands. Like I said, I'd like to see the article. Definitely something I would give credit towards, too. right? When the people who are highest up in the food chain in a company, you would like them to be more involved in their IPs, right? When they're making decisions for the company, you would like it to be more informed, and you can't have a more informed opinion if you're not involved yourself. Yeah, most decisions are always sent up the ladder as well, right? Anytime I was in any type of management position, like, people know what they do, what they need to do. They know what you want them to do, but they still ask you if they should do it. And it's kind of annoying, but it just kind of is what it is. There's so many BDO players too, and Choice is extremely guilty of this, where they think that BDO, Pearl Abyss, should be focused on BDO and only BDO. And it's such a silly thing. It's such a selfish thing. You have a company that employs how many people that are trying to secure their future as a gaming company, and you want them to just keep all their eggs in one basket? Because it's not a will BDO fail. It's when. Every MMO eventually fails. Some obviously take longer than others, but it's an inevitability. And Pearl Abyss working on trying to diversify their IPs, so when one eventually does fail, they're not immediately scrambling last minute trying to get something new out there so they can keep food on all their tables, their employees' tables. I think it's a good thing. If you want PA to be secured into the future, because you got to think about it, PA can do everything right. Everything right if they just stuck with BDO. But maybe there's a company out there that makes a new game that for some reason just scratches that itch a little more, and then people leave BDO, and now Pearl Abyss is toast. Now they're scrambling with whatever's left that they have saved, trying to make something new to bring those players back last minute while the tank runs dry. The problem is that Crimson Desert is a one-time purchase that doesn't lead to reoccurring revenue. Yeah, we don't know that for sure. I mean, take a look at many other games like that. They could have, I was going to say expansions, but I think it's called DLCs these days. You could have in-game, like outfits and stuff like that. Take a look at these gacha games. They're not a one-time purchase, right? I think what you said there is actually highly unlikely. If you take a look at so many other games in the market. In-game cash up for costumes, you hate that? Why do you hate that? I think the vast majority of the population would much prefer if Pearl Abyss moved their monetization away from progression and into cosmetics. I think that's how most people prefer games to be monetized. Bethesda's horse armor? Tell me about that. I actually don't know about that. What happened with that? They would never give that up, though? No, that's definitely the way they monetize BDO is much more akin to how other Korean games monetize their game. That's just a cultural thing for sure. But they could do both. I would rather Pearl Abyss actually have more money if I could swipe to change the color of my abilities, if I could swipe to get, like, effects around my character or get different kinds of mounts too, right? Like, a funny fact that I heard a long time ago about World of Warcraft is was it the Celestial Mount, or was it some type of unicorn? I can't remember, but it was like, there was a certain mount that they released in World of Warcraft that earned Blizzard more money than the release of StarCraft Wings of Liberty. Like, it goes to show that cosmetic mounts and stuff like that, how much money there is in that shit. How much effort do you think it took to make a mount in WoW versus the whole StarCraft Wings of Liberty? Was it that 5 mil gold mount? I don't remember what it was. For some reason, the Celestial Steed's coming to mind, but I don't know if it was that. I think it was actually something else. It was the Celestial Steed? Yeah. So that made more money than a whole other game that they made. Just that one mount. So I feel like that's such a missed opportunity for Pearl Abyss that instead of, like, constantly leaning more and more and more into pay to win, they could lean into cosmetics. People would eat that shit up. If you could change your horse to, like, a wolf or a Farrakha, or shit, let me hop on the back of one of these fucking frogs and lick people. Instead of 4-chop, it licks people. Hell yeah. People would love that shit. They'd eat it up. They'd lick it up. It's easier to code loot boxes than mounts. I don't think that's the driving factor, because if you take a look at so many things they've done in BDO, they clearly don't follow the path of least resistance. They always try to reinvent the wheel to the point where it's kind of annoying. Yeah, hardcore servers is a good example. Like, their biggest mistake was calling it hardcore, because everybody knows what hardcore means within the context of any game that has a hardcore mode. They should have just called it the same thing that it was called on mobile, which was like Night of Twilight or something like that. But because they called it hardcore, it created this false expectation of it instead of people treating it like something new. I don't think hardcore servers were trash. I actually think that they were pretty good. They had their issues, but I think it was actually fun. That was one of the main issues. Not being able to play the class you love. Forcing people to play just one class. And I'm hoping they heard us in that regard, and that's why we haven't seen the next season of hardcore start. I hope that in the background right now, they're working on getting all classes for the next season so you can play what you want to play. I'm hoping that's the reason for the delay. But I think they should not call it hardcore. They should just call it Night of Twilight or whatever it was called on mobile. This way people stop trying to compare it to other hardcore games and treat it like its own thing. Because I think if you treat it like its own thing, it was actually pretty fun. The biggest annoying thing was the buffs. You know, it's obviously stupid that all of a sudden someone's grinding next to you and then they get a buff and they run over and one-shot you. That's not fun for anybody. I think the original intent of that was so, like, if you're out there grinding and someone tries to gank you, you're more likely to have the advantage because you have the buff. But instead it ended up, people would just, like, I want to kill this guy, so I'm going to grind next to him until I get a buff, and then I'm going to try to gank him. So... But we only had one season of it, right? So they might I ain't gonna hold my breath. But maybe they learned from a lot of the or maybe not necessarily learned or adapted the game based off of a lot of our feedback. We'll see once we finally get a second season of it. If not for the buff, nobody would attack anybody. Well, you can implement other things, right? Like, they should have added weekly quests and stuff like that too. They should have said, okay, you get multiple weekly quests, and one of them, or not even weekly, sorry, daily. One of them could be kill 3 adventurers, right? They could have added, like, PvP-related quests in there, and they should have. I think a lot more of those quests should have been PvP-related, not PvE-related. By the way, you guys, I retagged my Guardian this morning. So we're going to try, see if we can make it through an hour of Guardian. Try out some of those new cancels. Any Guardian grinders out there? How's it feeling? Is it noticeable? My worry is if you speed up Guardian too much, one of the things that makes Guardian comfy is you have, like, these low cooldowns and, like, basically an infinite easy rotation. And if they speed it up, you might run out of cooldowns and have to start doing other crap. Made 0 difference. Did it? So what? You didn't notice a difference either. Shit. Maybe I have to, maybe before I go into the hour, I'll take a look at the patch notes and see exactly what they changed. Maybe you need to change up the rotation or something like that. You need to zoom out to see the difference? Huh? Why did I grind DSR so much? For XP. XP and stacks. I'm actually grinding with XP artifacts right now, too. I'm grinding with the 500% XP artifacts. That's why I'm grinding with my Vel's Heart, because I need it to make up for the AP that I'm losing from my artifacts. But that basically increases the amount of XP I get per hour by almost 2.5 times the amount. I go from like under 300% to just under 800%. Lost your mind? Hey, the reality is, as annoying as this time-gated armor is keeping me out of this, eventually I will hit deck, even if I am unlucky. And a lot of these things that are, when it comes to queuing in for the Adana fights later on, once everybody's full deck, getting in is going to be based off XP. And then all the people, it doesn't matter how early they got deck, they won't be able to get in anymore. So my emphasis is now on XP, to the point where I almost want to be hitting dummies every night too and just say fuck the fishing money. You think it's demoralizing having your gear stop you from doing the Adana fights? Wait until somebody's 2 years ahead of you in XP and you can't make up that difference. At least get the book going. I'm actually waiting for Dania Part 2. I have seen a bit of a change. These spots are all reasonably competitive XP-wise with like Darkseekers. So I'm hoping Adania Part 2, maybe it finally gets ahead. Feels like long before that Adania going to be irrelevant. That's a possibility, right? That's certainly a possibility. And not even just a possibility, I think that's likely. I think you're likely to be right. But in the case that you're not, and that does happen, think of how demoralizing it'll be to be 2 years behind people XP-wise, and the only way you'll pass them is if they stop getting XP. That shit would be miserable. Yeah, I heard Tenebron was good XP. This place, before they changed Orbita, and before this place just got the buff this week, this place was approximately 2/3 Orbita. Now I have a feeling with this AFK phase being faster, it's actually a lot closer. It's maybe the same as Orbita now. What is this? That is a progression workshop made by Byrog. Just go to the gear progression section and basically just start at the top of the list and work your way down. Say, okay, start the first item. Do I have this? Yes. Next item. Do I have this? Yes. Do I have this third one? No. Okay, that's what I'm working on, right? And then work your way down the list, because that is your most efficient progression path in terms of the amount of silver per stats you're gonna spend. Let's actually try and right after this, let's try a little bit of Guardian. It's a really good tool, yeah. It's such a blessing that people like him are willing to make shit like that too, because it really takes a lot of that repetitive dialogue off my table, right? Having to do gear checks and stuff like that. Like, it's such an amazing thing he's done, because us other streamers benefit the most from it, for sure. I love being able to just refer people to it and be like, yeah, this is the best way to go. Find out where you go, where you're, yeah. Let's try doing a little bit of time on Guardian. You guys are gonna have to remind me what my combo is supposed to look like. Wait, what? Okay, we need I can't remember if Guardian... I don't think my Guardian has as much AP as my Sage does, so I might actually need to focus a bit more on offense. Oh, I unequipped those. Oops. Does Suck Guardian still have the passive? Wait. I actually need to learn about shit. Oh no, Suck doesn't have the resist passive anymore, eh? Unless it's somewhere else. It got changed to DR, did it? I could have swore it just said AP and HP. AP, HP, AP, HP. What are you talking about? Oh. Oh, this one. Never mind. Okay, let's see. I'm definitely short AP-wise, so I don't know if I'll be able to grind with my XP artifacts on Guardian. Okay, so we are now at 1936 AP. Still a bit short. Hunting must be a fuckload of money if these are that expensive. Okay, if I put these on, that puts me at, okay, 1971. And then once I got my PvE add-ons up... Oh wait, no, never mind, there is no PvE AP anymore. Okay, 1991. Okay, you know what? Maybe that's not so bad. Never mind. I think we good. Once I have my Z buff up or Amua's Blessing, I think this gives AP as well. That puts me right at it. Gate Crasher again? No, not that. I thought it was Shift X. Shift Q? No. Can't remember what the hotkey for Gate Crasher is. Oh, SF, that's right. SRB is decent if you need more filler. Okay. Oh, just those 2 attacks? Okay. Only Dragon Maul was a slightly shorter cooldown. Oh shit, didn't quite hit it. What's up, Cryptori? How's Guardian feel so far? Not like my Sage. I'm so much more comfortable with my Sage. Oops. Did I hit him? I just feel like the 100 doesn't bring me nearly as far as the normal one. Yeah, I don't know. I can't say I really feel much of a difference compared to what I remember. There's nothing in that rotation to me that feels like it was sped up a lot. Maybe it was just some other cancels that you don't use in PvE that they sped up a bit. I could see that eventually coming, John. If they do that, though, then there's no reason for infinite pots to ever be sellable. Because everybody from now on will always have one, right? And that ends up being a nerf to all those spots. At that point, you might as well not even make them drop anymore. Because everybody will have one. There'll just be useless things that you collect while grinding. Type in !sageguide. It's a very in-depth Awakened Sage guide. Nothing for suck though. If you're looking for suck stuff, definitely ask like Divios. A selectable component? I think that'd work. I think that would be good too, because there's some people who don't want to go out and gather Farrakahs, right? So they could actually be like, I don't want to do that, so I'm going to use seasons to get that piece. I think that would be a fantastic way to do it. Okay, back to my sage. We're over it already, chat. It was worth the little gander. We are once again reminded we are a sage main. Is evasion viable? No. Evasion is in the dumps. Just go DR. Oh, never mind. Game doesn't want me playing Sage. If you're trying to be effective as an Awakening Sage, you're never going to want to wear more than one DP crystal, right? Whether it's a DR or an evasion one. And Divios and I did a test where if you ran Lightstones, evasion Lightstones with the Centaurus Lightstone set, evasion artifacts with the Centaurus Lightstone set, and one evasion Dawn, and we compared that to the DR equivalent. So DR artifacts, the Rigid Shield Lightstone set, and one DR Dawn. And we compared those two on Sage. And they were just as tanky. They were equally as tanky to each other. The main difference that happened was as soon as your opponent equipped one accuracy accessory, you were now significantly squishier as evasion, and you got all of a sudden a lot tankier as DR. So you're better off just going, the conclusion is you're better off actually just going DR to punish people who equip one accuracy Dawn. Or more. You know, obviously some people try to run more than that. And the crazy thing about that test is because we did it on Sage, that's an extremely evasion biased test too. Because even though Sage doesn't have an evasion passive, it still has one of the higher base evasions, as well as Awakening has an evasion self buff. And I was obviously the one doing the evasion side of the testing, he was doing the DR side. And even with that accuracy buff, evasion buff on Awakened Sage, it was equal to the DR's tankiness. Now imagine on a class that actually has DR, how that test look. Like if you took two Strikers and did that test. Striker has, even though it has a solid amount of evasion, it actually has like really high DR as well. And that test obviously will go way more in favor of DR on Striker. The biggest issue right now people have with actually thinking evasion is good is they don't understand how misses work anymore. They think a miss just means all the damage of that attack was avoided, and evasion doesn't work that way anymore. based off of the amount of dodge chance you have, you will also dodge a portion of the damage based on your dodge chance. So if you have, for example, from what I understand, if you have a 10% chance to dodge, when you do dodge, you're dodging 10% of the damage, not 100% of it. So what that means is 10% dodge chance is actually only a 0.01%, or sorry, only a 1%, not a 0.01, a 1% reduction in overall damage taken, a 10% dodge chance. But people don't realize that, and they'll be fighting somebody, and they will see misses popping up, right? With a 10% chance to dodge, when you see those misses popping up, they're popping up pretty regularly. So they'll be fighting a striker that has like a 10% chance to dodge. They'll see those misses popping up, and they're like, oh my god, no wonder why this guy's so tanky. It's because he's running evasion. And they don't realize he's not running evasion. He's running DR. He just has a very minor chance to dodge, but those dodges aren't doing anything. And the biggest mistake those people make is when they see those misses, they now put on more accuracy instead of putting on more AP, because they want to get rid of seeing those misses. But they don't realize in the process of getting rid of those misses, they're actually making the DR that the class is actually running significantly more effective. Because of the way this evasion scales now, though, it's useless until you can get a lot of it, and then once you can get a lot of it, and now you have a 90% chance to avoid 90% of the damage. Because of the way it has that double scaling now, at the higher tiers, it will get crazy. You just can't get to those higher tiers unless you're running 6 of the DR crystals, and in which case, sorry, 6 of the evasion crystals. But you could effectively accomplish the same thing by running 6 DR ones, right? Where you're bottoming out people's AP. And now you do no damage either way. Evasion has always been capped. It's just evasion has always worked where it avoids 100% of the damage when you dodge. It doesn't dodge 100% of the damage anymore and can't. It's almost like evasion now is DR with extra steps. That's all it is. And because of those extra steps, it's weaker. The problem is, though, if they swing that pendulum back, because of the way it's DR with extra steps, it's going to scale so much harder. So if they ever swing this pendulum back, it'll be very easy for them to overswing it, and then evasion will be completely ridiculous again. At this point, they should honestly just remove evasion. I actually don't want them to buff evasion. I want them to actually just nerf DR. I think evasion is nice because, like, when you build to counter evasion, you really feel like you counter evasion. If somebody's running 6 evasion crystals, you can build like 2 or 3 accuracy crystals to counter that shit. But you can't do that with DR. And I don't think the solution is to buff the AP crystals, because there's some classes that are already just doing way too much damage. And if, like, trust me, as an Awakened Sage, I would love if they buff the AP crystals. But goddamn, classes like Sorks, Sages, Rangers, Archers, these long-range classes would just fucking feast. So you can't actually just buff the AP to counter the DR. You need to nerf the DRs specific, the stacking of those 6 DR crystals. Hybrid is always worse. Because of the way both evasion and DR works, you never really want to hybridize. Now, you can try to add a little bit of extra into something as long as there isn't a massive trade-off, right? Like, you're never going to want to run, like, 1 evasion Dawn and 1 DR Dawn. Running 2 of either is always going to be more effective. But sometimes there are more favorable trade-offs. Like, if you're insisting in getting a little bit of evasion into your build, then running, like, Steel Shield Lightstone setup is one of the more favorable evasion trades, where you're sacrificing significantly less DR, but gaining a pretty significant chunk of evasion. But there's those trade-offs are far and few. It's basically just that Lightstone setup, and that's it. I can't think of any other trade-offs where you can do something like that. What class would you suggest it's good on? Striker. Gauntlet is the best class in for shit like that, because they do have a really good amount of DR and a good amount of evasion. Harfias are not a good trade-off. They are a terrible trade-off. I mean, if you're comparing them like to Dark Fang to Harfias, then it's like 7 DR versus 20 evasion. But even in that case, like, you're only really running the DR Dark Fangs or the evasion crystals if you're running a meme setup. The amount of damage you're sacrificing for the potential offensive offers is pretty huge. Like, I would never run Harfias over like RBF Vipers or Red Spirits, or even like Karmaze and Addis, depending on whether you're attack speed or cast speed. Definitely wouldn't run them over a Lucas. That's insane. That's insanity. Lucas crystals are one of the last ones you'd get rid of. Yeah. Corrupteds are really bad crystals these days. I don't run Corrupteds in anything but my PvE builds. With how much DR everybody has, the AP is significantly more potent for your damage. Actually, I got one build in PvP, and that's my Tsar Bomba setup, where I don't have a lick of defensive stats. And that's specifically for like 1v1ing certain classes that can't trade with me. Just completely overwhelming them with damage is the play, because they can't trade with me anyways. Man, having good muscle memory with your class just makes your grind so much more effective. I'm pushing so many more buttons in my Guardian, but it feels so much more comfortable because I'm just comfortable with it. Would you look at that shit? If you don't use corrupted, how about the critical damage? The one to make corrupt. Huh? Those are the exact same crystal, except they don't have a set bonus. If you're not using corrupted, you're definitely not using those. By the way, you guys know the extension or the plugin I use to draw on my screen? The OBS update today, unfortunately, doesn't support that, so I hope whoever made that updates it soon, because it is nice being able to just doodle on the screen. Instead of having to sit there and open up an MS Paint and shit. Are Dark Red Fang armor crystals ever worth running over adventure AP crystals? If you're DR. Forgive me for... I mean no offense by this, but it's kind of a silly question. You're talking about comparing a defensive crystal to an offensive crystal. Right? So the question is it worth it? I mean, if you're trying to build more survivability and you're having issues surviving, then yes. If you're not having issues surviving, then you should want more damage, right? It's kind of, that's the determining factor. Why is it called an oven? If you of in the cold food, of out heat, hot eat. Holy fuck, dude! Can you retype that, please? You have to read it. No, I don't. I don't have to do shit. Read it better. Why is it called an oven if you of in the cold food of out hot eat the food? Why is it called an oven if you of in the cold food of out hot eat the food? Of in, of out. Is it a play on words like that? So you can answer the question? I don't fucking know. How about that? I don't know everything. What the hell? What do you think this is? Who are you, the fucking Riddler? Is my Elkstone on? Yep. I don't know why they called it an oven. You'll keep asking around. Okay. Oh, woohoo. I don't know what happened there. It DC'd just my Twitch stream and not my Kick or my YouTube stream, but I had to bring all 3 of them down to restart. That was weird. I've never had that happen before. I did an OBS update today too, so I hope it's not fucking related to that. I swear to God, man. I just had like 2-3 weeks with no problems. Don't tell me I'm having problems again. I swear to fucking God. I'm gonna start banning anybody who comes and asks how my click went every week. It'll just be a perma. Until it's just me and my thoughts in here again. I haven't updated the gear. Oh, the opinion would still be the same. This shit is annoying. It's an absolutely shitty system. Time-gated RNG content is terrible. If you're gonna time-gate content, it shouldn't be RNG. Yeah. Makes you want to log off. There's nothing you can do about it. I don't mind if I have to work 3 times, 4 times harder than somebody who gets lucky. That doesn't bother me. What bothers me is there is no recourse for bad luck. There's nothing you can do about it. Nothing. You just sit back and wait to get bent over the next week. The only way to catch up is to prey on other people's misfortune. And that's a very toxic way to design your game. That now, if I want to participate in the Adonia thing, it's not good enough for me to just get lucky. I need to prey on their misfortune. It's such a shitty design. If your guildie pitied 3 armors to pry, he wasn't using proper stacks. The chances of that happening are so insanely low. That's a self-inflicted wound. Can almost guarantee it. Still unlucky, but I bet you it was self-inflicted. God, it's so annoying that my stream DC'd there. No, my stream DC'd. Remember, if you look at the uptime on a stream next to the view count, you can see how long the stream's been live for, and I've clearly been streaming for longer than 5 minutes. That means I obviously got DC'd. The thing is, too, about that DC that just happened is I don't even get the DC protection when that happened. I don't know what happened there and why that happened, but I don't even get the DC protection. So there goes half my revenue for the day. Wonderful. And what's your theory behind that? What would be the reasoning behind that? There is no reason to do that. Come on, get over here, you little rat. Stop attacking that thing. Static Wing? What would be the reasoning for that? I hear the crickets. You just typed that without thinking it through, didn't you? I know, right, John? I get paid a portion of the ad revenue. Twitch gets paid based on ads. They revenue share with me. So if the implication is they did that to lessen how much I make, lessen how much they pay me, while at the same time they lessen how much they make. There's no incentive for them to do that. I'll have to see how long my stream was up before that happened, because if it happens again, we'll have to see if it happens in the same interval. Three hours, 5 minutes? Okay. Well, I will be gone to pick up my daughters from school before 3 hours elapses again. Just annoying for that to happen dead middle of my stream. Well, of course you got DC'd. I got DC'd. It's kind of hard for you not to get DC'd from me when I got DC'd. Right? You're watching me. I'm the one broadcasting. Yeah, I've heard Exit Leg has been having issues with BDO, or BDO players have been having issues with Exit Leg, I guess would be more accurate. I'm gonna go make some lunch after this. I'm gonna check my OBS log and see if there's maybe more information on there. I just wish it would actually tell me. What is this? Okay, let's see. The stream was up 16 minutes ago. That would have been 42. So probably about 40 is when it happened. 11:40. It's like I'm going through the log, trying to see if there's something in there that hints at what happened. RTMP send error, RTMP send error, RTMP send error. And then it stopped the stream. And then I tried reconnecting. And then it reset up the 3 streams. It does 1080p at a 7500 bit rate, 720p at a 3500, 480 at a 1000 bit rate, 360 at a 500 bit rate. Doesn't show my 1440p though. All of those are H.264. Did not set up the stream at a... Yeah, I'm just thinking out loud. I'm not looking for feedback. I know what the RTMP issue is. All those RTMPs are me. Basically, Twitch is ingest servers like that. I used to actually run an RTMP server on my PC because in the earlier days of streaming, I used to play with obviously a different group of people. I played Diablo, and I actually had them stream to me as if I was Twitch, and then I could set up all their streams in a grid, a 2x2 grid on my screen, and you could see all 4 of us playing at the same time on the same stream. And it was kind of cool for that. So this is obviously some issue with the Twitch enhanced broadcasting. It doesn't say why it DC'd them though, or what the issue was. It just says that there was an error on all of them, and then it just stopped, and then it couldn't reconnect. Well, if streaming in 2K means that's going to happen, it means I'm not going to stream in 2K anymore. If that happens one more time, the 2K stream goes bye-bye until they figure the rest of it out. Oh, well, I was going to go make lunch. As much as I like streaming in 2K for you guys on YouTube and Twitch, I'm not dealing with my stream getting DC'd because Twitch is having issues on their end with it. Or if there's issues with OBS and the 2K streaming. We'll go back to 1080p streaming if that happens one more time. And then I'll wait like another few months and see if they flushed it out and try again. Okay, I'll be right back, chat. I don't know what I'm gonna make for lunch today, but I'm gonna find something. Ooh wee. I decided to try something new, chat. Ramen. You're probably thinking, Zeth, what do you mean, try something new? You eat ramen all the time. Or at least used to. God damn, my fucking dead eye. Shit looks sick on remastered. So what I did was I took one of those little 99-cent ramen packets. I took the noodles, put them to the side for something else. But I added the water to the pot. I added the little packet of seasoning to the pot. I took a half, actually probably a whole teaspoon of gochujang, mixed it in there as well. Give it a little bit of a, kick it up a little bit. And then instead of noodles, I used zucchini noodles, which are basically just zucchini that have been cut lengthwise into thin noodle-like slices and then frozen. And I put those in it instead. And it's really good. I don't know why I haven't thought of trying that yet, but I'll definitely do this again. Anybody trying to do low carb or keto, I highly recommend zucchini noodles. Look in the frozen vegetable section. They are an absolute fantastic alternative. I tried keto noodles, and they are like chewing on rubber. I was not a fan of any of the keto noodles that I tasted, that I tried. But zucchini noodles, amazing. Putting that gochujang in there is so good. I've absolutely fallen in love with gochujang. I don't even know if I'm saying it properly. Am I saying it properly? Any Koreans in chat? Goju. No, it's a J. Goju gochujang. Maybe it's whatever it is. It's fucking amazing. Yo, what is up, Mr. Verdict? Gochujang? Spicy red pepper paste go burr. It is so good. It is so good. I've been making like a really nice barbecue sauce with it too, where I'll take like half a cup of ketchup, like a quarter of a cup of soy sauce, a quarter of a cup of honey, just a touch of molasses, a tablespoon of gochujang, and some minced up garlic in there, and then mix it all up and just kind of let it sit for a little bit. Let those flavors kind of marry each other and mingle. And then you just put that on chicken like a barbecue sauce and grill it. Oh my God, it is so goddamn good. Gochujang, okay. Yeah, it was probably about 2 months ago. I saw it and I remember hearing about it multiple times. I like watching lots of little cooking things on YouTube. And I'd hear it brought up all the time, right? And I was like, you know what? I'm going to pull the trigger. So I bought a container of it. I've been using it like crazy. So many things. It just kicks it up a notch. I have FB. Facebook? Yeah. Just a private Facebook, though. Nothing I would actually share with the stream. Let's see, what's this? Oh, we already went over this earlier. There's a new trailer of it too. We watched earlier. Looks awesome. I'm super excited for it. You know, you don't have to apologize. I appreciate you trying to keep us up to date. If you haven't seen the trailer, here I'll link it for you. Here, this is what we watched earlier. Probably their best trailer yet. She ain't feeling too hot. Well, I hope she recovers quickly. Make her some nice soup. Homemade chicken soup? Oh, hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Do you know what the secret ingredient for homemade chicken soup is? To make it look like... To make it look like basically any store-bought chicken noodle soup. I found out what the secret was, because I always felt like, even though my homemade chicken noodle soup is banging, it is so good, so flavorful, but it always looked slightly off. Nah, you always put herbs in it, of course, but like the broth, it's turmeric. Just the littlest bit of turmeric. It really gives it that chicken, and I feel like it doesn't even really impart a lot of flavor to it. If you use too much of it, you'll definitely notice it. But just a nice little bit of it really kicks it up to that chicken noodle soup color that you expect to see. Oh, that was something I learned a little while ago. As soon as I started adding a little bit of that to it. Turmeric is apparently a super good thing to eat too. I don't know what they call it, superfood. Yo, what's up, Grimkill? I wonder why I didn't get the notification, though, for Verdict's raid. Yo, I appreciate you, brother. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Did somebody do a shout-out for him? Yeah? Okay, I appreciate you. Thank you. I bet Verdict is excited to deep dive into the Crimson Desert lore and see like where the overlap is and whatnot. Yeah, I'm definitely going to get it. Actually, Kanjara was saying that you can actually pre-order it on Steam now. So I'm going to actually pre-order it later today. I fully intend on playing it. They got that Red Dead Redemption. If it could be like that, that would be a huge W. Because I never played Red Dead Redemption, but I know some people who are like, that's like a second life for them. They love that universe. And if it can create that within the BDO universe, I think that would be a huge W. No, absolutely not, Baldur. It's a completely different style game. What was the result of the poll? Wait, did you do a poll when I left? He's so into looting? Is he just looting everything and everything? Anything and everything? I didn't see the poll you had run. What was for lunch? I ended up making ramen, but instead of using the noodles from the 99-cent pack, I just put the soup base and the water in the pot. I put about a teaspoon of gochujang, mixed it up, and then instead of the noodles, I use zucchini noodles because I'm trying to do a low carb diet. I've been doing a low carb diet for a while now, and yeah, it was delicious. I've been getting tired of having eggs every day. I've actually had maybe 2 pieces of toast in the last 3 months. I've been trying to stay away from bread and noodles and stuff like that. The main 2 carbs that I will indulge a bit in is like potatoes and rice. But very moderately. Surrounded, outgunned, and all he thinks is loot. He's looting in the middle of combat. Yo, that's efficiency, though. He doesn't want to have to run back after killing everybody. That's peak gamer efficiency right there. Yeah, no, I like that gochujang in the ramen better because, like, in the past I would put like a hot sauce or a spicy chili oil in it to kind of kick it up a notch. But I feel like the gochujang is such a better additive because it brings so much more flavor than just a little bit of heat. You stealth-made that? No, I ain't that, maybe I should try. I just got it from the import section at the grocery store. A little, container of it. Cholula? Cholula is good. If you like more of that, like, Mexican flavor, right? A little Cholulu to your, I think it's Cholula, right? Cholulu, whatever it is. Yeah, that stuff's pretty good. For more of a, Mexican flavor, I guess. Taco flavor. I love Cholula on like tacos and stuff. It complements it exceptionally well. I can't just randomly pick it up because it might have soju, rice wine. Ah, yes. Yeah, I don't know if the one that I have has that in there. I never looked. Personally, doesn't bother me. I'm assuming it's probably is it a religious thing for you? Homemade pico. Pico. Only thing that comes to my mind is, what is it called? Pico de Mayo or something? Or is that something else? Yeah, religious thing? Yeah, I had a feeling. Lico de Chico? Okay, now you're just making me say random things and I don't know if they're offensive or not. Pico de Gallo. Oh, I said Mayo, didn't I? What did you make me say? Why are you laughing? You rat. What did you just make me say? Dare I Google it? Dare I find out what Google Translate says I said? Pico, beak, gallo, crooster. What's a crooster? Do you mean rooster? Oh, okay. So beak rooster? Boys liquor? Is that what you made? You just made me say boy liquor? You rat. You're a rat, John. I swear, I'm gonna shadow ban you so I never have to see a message ever again. Yo, that looks really good though, the Pico de Gallo. That's just like it almost looks like a super fresh homemade, kind of like a salsa. I see like onions, peppers, tomatoes, cilantro. A salad of vegetables? Oh, okay. It's like a salsa salad? Oh, fuck yeah. That sounds so good. I don't think the family would like it. They're not as into onions as I am, and only my youngest daughter likes tomatoes. You put it on a taco? That sounds fantastic. Get some chicken too. Put some chicken on that taco. Ooh, some lime. Oh, baby. Good thing I just ate, or we'd be taking taking a break. Yeah, there haven't been any good sales on chickens lately. Back to the whole soup conversation. Sometimes at the grocery store they used to, I swear they haven't had this in over a year now, but they'd do like a 3-pack of whole chickens for sale for like 25 bucks. And I'd buy like 2 or 3 packs of them. And then I would just portion everything out, cut out the legs, the drums, the thighs, the drums, the breasts, all that stuff, right? And I'd separate it, portion it for meals, freeze it, etc. And then I would take all the carcasses and I'd put them on a baking sheet and I would roast them and then make a nice big stock out of all of them. And man, just make some really banging chicken noodle soup and just chicken stock to use for various things. But I'm kind of bummed out. There hasn't been a sale on chickens in quite a while, I think because of how many birds they had to exterminate. During all the shit going on, it kind of got, I guess, ignored by the media. But I guess there was a bunch of bird flu going on, and a ton of chickens had to be euthanized. And that was a lot of the reason why eggs and everything went up in price. But of course, the increase in egg prices was super politicized. And yeah, I mean, inflation is obviously going to be affecting it to a degree, but not to the degree of which it was affected, and that was because of the, when you have to kill off a bunch of chickens, obviously you're going to have less eggs. Your daughters want a pizza, so I bought the expensive one. They just threw aside the veggies, said, I'm not going to buy you guys pizza anymore. Ask your mama so. Yeah. Wagyu pizza? Isn't that kind of a waste of Wagyu? Pizza is typically something you put leftovers on. I couldn't imagine using something like a nice cut of meat like that. I mean, I'm sure it still steps it up a notch though, for sure. Probably a few notches. Oh no, what am I doing? Chat, shut up. Stop talking, everybody. Quiet. Old man Zeth needs to focus.
Oh, that's a lot of damage!
That dude. Hey, what the hell? That's fucked up.
Shut up, bitch!
Not even nighttime anymore. What the hell hit me so hard? One thing while going through my OBS to find out why I got DC'd there, I noticed some of my video sources which are throwing up errors and issues. I'm actually gonna go through those logs later and try to clean up my my scenes. XP definitely moves at a reasonable rate once you start using these artifacts to grind, though. Well, do not neglect your responsibilities. You already said that you're too busy for them to be doing this. It is okay to miss an event. Now you're planning on how you're going to min-max it already. Remember, before you know it, I actually don't remember how far north you live. But before you know it, winter's going to be here. And if your winters are like my winters, you're just going to have to halt your work. So take advantage of the weather while you still have it. I just want to say, you guys, I appreciate you all hanging out with me every day, though. You guys have no idea. Even the lurkers. I couldn't do this grind without you guys. And I mean that with 100% sincerity. There is no way I could tolerate grinding as much as I do without having you guys to chill with while doing it. Except that Biseptimus guy. God damn it. Somebody get him out of here. Been super nice today? Hey, you didn't see the beginning of the stream. I just got it all in my system. I had a good lunch. That changed everything. Turned out I was just hangry. Oh, Zephyros Castle? Zephian Castle? Yeah, that'd be cool. Wouldn't it be cool if instead of like Orbita Castle and stuff like that, it actually changed to the owner's name? Big Sausage's Castle. Uh-huh. That's not a snore? What is it then, if it's not a snore? A leaf blower? When you do that, John, I wonder how many people think that that's actually me. They're like, God damn, what is this man doing? Why is he breathing so hard all of a sudden? Shut up, John! Don't fucking perpetuate. What's wrong with you, Johns? I swear to God, there's something wrong with you guys.
Shut up, bitch!
You thought it was me? It was not me. Oh, I need to put my cam back on, I think. Then all this TTS and shit you guys do, then people can see. Sound like I was out of breath sitting here grinding. If my nostrils are making that noise, I need to go see a doctor. Yeah. So if you have a 10% chance to dodge, and then it mitigates 10% of the damage, that means you're effectively reducing the incoming damage on average by 1%. You're definitely not avoiding 90% of the damage. That is immediately evident when you test it in-game. No, it definitely doesn't work that way. You can, like I said, test it in-game accuracy. It is not avoiding 90% of the damage, even at a 10% dodge chance. That is immediately obvious in-game if you do any testing with it. You must have misinterpreted what you're reading. But dodge always avoided 90%, that evasion would be a lot stronger than it currently is. Should be pretty easy to test that too. Find an ability with like very limited amount of hits on it. Get somebody with a low evasion rate and just keep hitting them with the ability. See how much HP it takes off. Hit them, see how much HP it takes off. And then wait until you get like a double dodge on that ability, right? The less hits on the ability, the less variability there'll be, right? It'll take less effort to get like all 2 hits to miss versus an ability that maybe has 4 hits. But, I mean, I guess I have no evidence to support it myself other than just how it feels to me. But you can definitely see if you try to build evasion how poorly it scales early on, even though more misses are popping up. The hell? Not if it's mitigating 90% of the damage. 90% is a very large proportion. Like I said, I feel like you have that inverted. I feel like the minimum is 10% mitigation. Yeah, it should be pretty easy to test. Also need an ability with like 100% crit chance. Shock Relay would be a good ability. 2 hits, 100% crit rate. The only problem is it does reduce damage when it's off cooldown, so you gotta make sure you're controlling for that. Only doing it once every 3 seconds. Or making sure you're only ever counting the ones that are used when it's on cooldown. Yeah, it'd be pretty good because you'd do the hit, and then you'd record the damage. You'd do the hit, record the damage, do the hit, record the damage. You know, get a good sample size of hits that aren't dodging, and then do the same thing. Get them to now put on some evasion without sacrificing any DR. And that also is a little bit... I guess the easiest way would be to maybe do it through crystals, like Harfias. I don't know what other crystals you could do that won't also simultaneously modify your DR, because you got to make sure you're not doing that simultaneously. Even if you use these, right, they give you DP, which gives you DR. Yeah, you can see the stats, but you still got to make sure you're isolating them. If you're going to do the test, isolating as many variables as possible. I mean, 2 Harfias should be a 10% hit rate swing. You could potentially do it on the attacker's side too, right? Get them to drop accuracy and only accuracy, so this way the DR or AP isn't being modified at the same time. You could pull the Garmoth out of the main hand, although that gives you main hand AP. Yeah. That would be a decent amount. Yep. Just find a skill that does 1 or 2 hits. I don't know if there's any skills in the game that only do 1 hit, but there's definitely a bunch that do 2. Preferably with 100% crit chance. And then, yeah, just see how much damage they do. Get the defender, the person getting hit, to turn their potions off. There'll still be the occasional little HP regen tick, but it's super minimal. Your natural regeneration. And then just log those numbers. And then try to do various amounts of evasion without modifying AP or DR at the same time. No, it can happen. It happens in just regular intervals, like every 6 seconds. It's not like 6 seconds after being hit. I don't know if it's exactly 6 seconds. I think it is. But there's like a HP regen tick that happens at regular intervals. I'm trying to remember what the time frame was on the old, like, Harfias. Because the old Harfia crystals used to give HP regen, and it said, like, every X amount of seconds. I think maybe it was 5. Oh, was it 5 HP? Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember seeing 5 in there, yeah. I guess that was the HP. I think part of the reason, though, they made it so you could never avoid 100% of the attack, though, was to help even out the effects of true damage. Because this was one of the reasons why DR actually felt so much squishier than evasion in the past, was when you dodged 100% of the hit, the true damage wouldn't go through. When you now take this into consideration with how many hits we used to do, too, we used to have some abilities that would hit 15 times. And if you're adding like an extra 20 damage per hit on an ability that hits 15 times and you're doing like 10 hits in a combo, right? 10 abilities in a combo, that shit adds up super fast. So it would make a really big difference between comboing a DR person versus an evasion person. So much so to the point where that true damage in the past, even if somebody had an AP Blackstone popped, you could easily, maybe not necessarily easily, but some classes could still one-combo them with full elixirs popped because of the true damage. Where if you were evasion, yeah, no, that true damage didn't apply nearly as much. Loot scroll? Oh, shit. Appreciate you. Go rebuff. I'm such a sucker for when drummers go crazy with the kick. I am such a fucking sucker for that shit. Oh, yeah. I think I know who you're talking about. He's got a black hair and beard. Oh, why can't I remember his name? If I saw it, I'd recognize it. Does lots of videos. South American dude? I think so, yeah. Vlad? Oh, I don't recognize the name Vlad. Maybe that he goes by that name as well. I actually want to find it. I typed drummer on YouTube and his shorts came up immediately. Here we go. Serbiano? Espario Serbiano? Siberiano? El Estepario Siberiano. Yeah, I can't pronounce his name, but that guy. Yeah, he's sick. Yo, thank you, follow. I miss Bong. A lot of KR streamers stopped streaming Twitch because of, I think Korea banned Twitch? Something like that? I can't remember what it was. It was something with ISPs and Twitch and blah 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 blah. They all stream on, what is it called? Africa or something like that now? Or most of them, obviously, except for like Hugh and, you know, a few others. The same way that a lot of the South American streamers have all stopped streaming on Twitch as well for reasons. I can't remember the specifics. But if you actually go over to Kick, that's actually where they all stream. There's a there's a reasonable sized BDO audience there, specifically for South American streamers. Yeah. South American streamers in general stream more on Twitch, not just BDO ones. They make a lot more money there too. I'll be honest, if I could move my whole Twitch audience there, I would. I'd make much more money. I don't know how sustainable their model is, though, considering they don't do ads. I know they're obviously subsidized by Stake, but how much is Stake willing to fork out if as Kick continues to grow? I feel like there will come a tipping point where they're like, okay, proportionally we're paying out way too much now. Now we got to start getting some revenue in. Because it's not even just, they're not making ad revenue. They're they also give a 90-10 split on subs as well. The streamer gets the 90. They make money off gambling, but a lot of those streams aren't gambling. And they're not promoting and pushing gambling as much as people like to try to villainize them that they are either. Like there's a couple streamers who do that on there, but there's tons and tons that don't. I think the biggest game changer for Kick will be if they ever enable drops on Kick. If they allow drops on Kick, the same way they do on Twitch, that'll be one of the biggest things. I think that's one of the biggest things keeping a lot of people on Twitch. Cinnamon Toast Crunch. I love Cinnamon Toast Crunch, but that's that type of cereal that you gotta eat the second the milk hits the bowl. Otherwise, if you blink, it's soggy. But it is so good. The milk gonna hit full real soon. Some people will try to claim that like Twitch has the moral high ground too in regards of platforms. I just don't think that that's the case. I originally bought into this idea that Kick was somehow trying to push gambling on minors, but after now spending some time on the platform, it's not doing it any more than other platforms out there are doing it. Kick is not any more of a Twitch isn't any more of a minor-friendly platform than any of these other platforms. There's tons of BS that happens here on Twitch too. Well, that's whatever. I thought how Twitch handled that was really good too. Because I understand people. Now, let me back it up before I move forward. I personally think that, or how do I phrase this without ruffling feathers? If I were in charge of Twitch, I would treat it like you would any job where there's a dress code. Dress appropriately for it, right? Act appropriate. But you know, people are always trying to push the boundaries, walk the line. It is what it is. And instead of having to constantly battle that line, Twitch said, you know what? Okay, fine. You want to sit in a kiddie pool in your living room wearing, you know, basically your underwear? Perfectly fine. But now instead of doing it in the IRL category, you have to do it in the bikini, or what is it called? Pool and hot tub category, right? And then when you do it in the pools and hot tub category, now it gives advertisers the ability to opt out of different categories, right? If they don't want to be involved in that type of content, they can opt out. And I think that's a really good way to do it. And I commend Twitch for handling it that way, because money talks. People will follow the money, right? And if people who want to advertise themselves in that way and broadcast themselves in that way are no longer making money doing it, they're not going to do it. It's as simple as that, right? They're going to move on. So people still have the freedom to do it. They can sit in a kiddie pool in their living room in their underwear, right? But now their ad revenue is going to go down dramatically. Same with like political streams too, right? I think that's a good way for them to handle it. There's a lot of advertisers in there that don't want to get caught in the political nonsense, right? And they don't want to be associated, you know, with one side or the other. They want to just stay out of it and sell their product and, you know, hope that the product speaks for themselves, not the virtue signaling they do. And having advertisers being able to opt out of those categories is a fantastic thing. Get those stains out. Go grind Nymphomare if you want BDO hot tub. Hell yeah. Yeah, I pray. With some Awakened Musa nerfs too while they're at it. That was the easiest bait of my life. Holy. I didn't even have to like get that worm on there real good. I just freaking laid it on the hook and cast it in the water. Easiest bait of my life. I didn't even have to put a worm on that hook. I just threw the hook in the water, pulled the trap out. I'll literally take you overboard. Pull me right in the water, eh, bitch? Oh, shit. How funny would it be if they actually worded it exactly like that? Let's go. Where are we going? There's a non-zero chance, yeah. In fact, I would say there is a double-digit chance of that happening. And I'm not talking close to 10%. I'm talking maybe even closer to 50-50. I don't even know if I'd feel comfortable betting on it being a coin flip. Yeah, I'm not referring to it being moved. I'm just talking about delayed. Because tonight is the last night. If they want to get it out before September's over, technically it'll still be September in KR when they get that patch. Ask for advice from the big boys. Okay. Trip, you're a big boy, aren't you? Get ready. This one's for you. The biggest. Your in-game chat bubbles. I don't think you can. I don't think there's an option for that. Are you typing some shit you don't want your stream to see? This new AFK phase is nice, by the way, Devios. It feels like a reasonable pace. It starts quickly now. They did a good job with it. The trash per hour of this place is definitely getting a nice little bump from it, that's for sure. This place might actually be like 20% better than the... At least what it stated on Garmoth for the next spot. Today's a day of piss me off. I hit 1 armor. 1 armor on my last click. 1 off from pitying it. If I would have failed that one, it would have been pity. So annoying. It's so annoying. Just knowing that the whole purpose of this region, being able to compete for these castles, is falling further and further from my grasp. I don't even get to participate. Just because of RNG. It's such a toxic system. Because now, it's not like when you fall behind, you're like, shit, now I gotta put in twice as much work to catch up. It's like, no, the only way I catch up is I gotta prey on other people's downfall. Even if I go average from here on out, I have to pray they get unlucky. That's the only way I catch up. And that's such a toxic design. Outgeared by Blue? Shit, outgeared by Norelio. At least Blue swipes. Fucking Norelio barely plays and doesn't swipe. And that fucking man is outgearing me. Like, what is that bullshit? I don't know how many feints disappeared. Ooh, wow. A good chunk of feints got sold. It's gonna take some time, but Darkseekers might end up being the best grind spot in the game eventually. There's just such a supply of feints and stuff. I have a fuckload of 300 stacks.
Energy, what is the reason Do is going in the direction it's currently going in? Thank you, Lee.
Yeah. Jay's gone, chat. When was the last time you saw Jay? It's all about that Wansu now. Wait a minute. What's the Korean currency called again? Isn't it won? No. What is... It is won. And this guy's name is Wansu. Wait a minute. And the game's been more pay to win than ever. Wait a fucking minute. We've cracked the code. We're gonna be begging for Jay to come back. John Juan Moneybags. You got bullied into hiding. Maybe. I don't actually know what happened to Jay, but yeah, he's definitely not the front man anymore, that's for sure. Let's be honest, Jay wasn't a good front man anyways. The very first time they introduced those Jay's hammers, not the first time, the second time, and then like that little thing raised on the stage showing those hammers, and he's like, everybody's gonna get two! Like, what a missed opportunity. That man should have been under the stage on the platform, and then when it raised, he should have been holding the hammers in the air himself. That man has no game at all. One of my favorite things, actually, that was probably made even funnier by people's misinterpretation of what was going on, misunderstanding of what was going on. Divios and I were laughing our asses off on stream, or on Discord. You remember the first IRL dice game they did, and they kept rolling ones, and people were freaking out because they wanted the big rewards, and they didn't realize that this was all intentional, and they were gonna give us everything anyways? That shit was cracking me up. Like, that was good. That was good entertainment. They need to do more stuff like that. Like, by the fourth roll, and the way they were reacting to it, it should have been immediately obvious that we were just getting everything no matter what. I can't wait for us all to be full deck. And instead of it, when everybody's capped out on gear, eligibility is determined by XP instead. And then all these people have, like, multiple years of grinding they have to do to try to catch up. I will get the last laugh. And I'm sure by then the Adonia castles will be irrelevant. Yeah, no more gear. Yeah. I hope we see something Alchemy Stone orientated. And I hope they don't do something stupid with it. I pray they don't do something stupid with it. Well, keeping Vel relevant is perfectly easy. You just use it for the exchange. And for, like, even if they don't make a new Elkstone that you exchange the Vel for, and other Elkstones, then they just make it so you use the Vel's concentrated magic to add 3 AP to the existing Elkstones, which is obviously the easiest route to go. This is why I've always saved my Vel. It's super easy for them to keep Vel relevant.
Remember when gambling to get gear gains was optional pepperage farm, remembers?
Behelit is bugged? Wait, what do you mean? In what way it's not working as intended? I definitely get the AP boost. I mean, let's find out. The buff's about to fall off. The resist and monster damage wasn't working. Oh. Oh, from upgrading it. From exalting it. Because that's where those stats come from, right? Well, let's find out. What's our resist? Let's see if our resist drops, right? We're at 67 stun stiff. Oh my god! Wait, no, never mind. There we go. 65. It just took a second update. Now we pop it. Back up to 67. That went up too. What do you mean pay to win fixed? It's the same Elkstone you have. Just a different skin on it. Because I'm tired of that shit. I'm boycotting it. That shit should spawn right on me. I want to be the middle of my grind. All of a sudden Red Nose comes out trying to do belly flops on me. New heart? What are you talking about? It's just a Vel's heart with the skin on it. It was a Berserk event they did. Can't get it anymore. I was saying this earlier, Divios. This is what they should have done. Instead of doing this time-gated nonsense to try to appease the Penfallen God owners, they should have gave them, like, put like a special thing on the armor to show that it was made before Adana armors came out. Give them a title. Maybe even have it do a slightly different glow or something. If they would have done something like that instead, I actually would have bought a Penfallen God. Because to me, something exclusive like that you could never get again, that shows that you got it first and early, that's way more prestigious than trying to, you know, gatekeep the whole community. Or time gate the whole community to appease them. Oh, I think both are stupid. Yeah, I mean the cron cost is going up, and eventually they'll get more clicks. That might be true later on. If you end up needing 3k crons a click and you have 10 clicks a week to do, that's a pretty heavy price tag. Oh, what was the KR event, by the way? Somebody was telling me that it looked like it was something to do, but I didn't actually look into it. Do we know yet? Oh, we don't know. Oh, so what do you mean, especially if they start doing events like this? If bosses drop paint, that'd be cool. Yeah. So when you say if they keep doing, or if they're going to start doing events like this, what do you mean? What event are you talking about? Nobody said the price of Cron Stones is going up. I mean, it's eventually going to happen, but I don't know what part of the conversation led you to that. Yeah, I mean, maybe they'll do that. Double the rewards. Yeah. Maybe that will be more of an equalizer as people get up there. Yeah, no. What I think you might have misheard is when we say the price per clicks is going to go up, we're referring to as people enhance their armors, it takes more and more cronstones to protect it, right? So each week, you know, like right now, if you're doing Caphras, you know, you're getting 5 clicks a week, but you know the price per click is going to continue to go up as your gears get higher, and it might reach a point where it's unsustainable through passive income. I mean, through passive income, it's probably already unsustainable once you're getting to like tries and shit. You have to actually start playing the game again, and it's just going to get higher and higher as, you know, we start getting more stones and stuff. So even though those people will have the stones handy, yeah, they're going to have to actually go out and get the silver for the clicks. It might be interesting to see how that plays out then. Okay. Okay. Fuck this, man. No. You are not allowed to say that shit. You can't say that word sovereign in my chat. Fuck you, Mr. Get that shit in that many taps. I don't care. This man hit all 3 subs in 71 clicks. I don't care if you speak positively or negatively of it. You didn't even get to experience the system. Damn it. I gotta remod him now. That's always so annoying. At least I'm in the AFK phase. Okay, no, fuck you. Damn, don't you dare. You can't shut up, can you? You're pissing me off. The man doubled down. He said, my oxen sobs were such hard work. ... Oh,
that's a lot of damage!
Oh shit, I don't have enough time for another phase. I just realized I gotta go pick up my daughter in 10 minutes. That tier list, as soon as I looked at the categories. Yo! What are you doing putting Awakened Sage up there? Guilty! You bitch, Trap. Am I blind? Where's Awakened Warrior? I see Suck Warrior in there. Oh, there it is. Oh, cool guy. So this is basically an inverted tier list, isn't it? I definitely agree with everything at the top. Is Awakenvelk deserving of that spot? I don't know if the Awakenvelk deserves that spot. It's a coolness tier list. Oh. Now that explains everything. That is all the context that matters right there. Cowboy just jealous he don't look this cool. God damn, look at me. Oh my goodness. Holy shit. Oh, wow. Okay. Where am I going to send you guys today? By the way, the whole sovereign thing too, Divios, I feel like that's part of the reason for this Adonia bullshit. And this all comes from the fact that they initially did not want to do grind spots in Land of the Morning Light. So they were like, okay, how do we make these new stones available in Land of the Morning Light without adding grind spots to Land of the Morning Light? Oh, here's a great idea. Let's give them to the bosses. But oh no, people won't be able to kill a lot of bosses. And it's going to force people to feel like they have to attend the bosses. So let's give them a fuckload of stones for each boss. And then that ended up flooding the market with stones. And then people were able to just hit deck immediately instead of actually just putting grind spots, which they ended up doing eventually. Like they should have just added Hong Lim, Dokkaebi, Pig Cave, right off rip, and then just had the Sovereign Stones, I can't remember what they're called, Primordial Crystals, drop at those spots. People wouldn't have been able to hit deck Sovereign day one if they would have had to go out and get the stones from the grand spots. How did we do with our grind today anyways? I was barely paying attention. Okay, we're halfway to our next Herald. Ooh, we got another Distorted done. What do we need for that again? Magical Shards. Still waiting for my last stack to sell, but once they do, we'll get the next one listed. I am nearly had enough to make a silent too. Well, maybe I'll send you guys over to Mr. Armin. Looks like he's doing a 24-hour birthday stream. He has like 4 hours left. He was supposed to be doing Sork today, but for some reason I see him back on his ninja. This man keeps relapsing. Much love to you guys. Oh, you did a test? Quick, you gotta tell me fast. I gotta leave in like a minute here. Tell me as fast as you can. Actually, could you just DM me on Discord instead? Oh, grab it. That's 30 mil. Yoinkers. Yeah, just DM me on Discord if you can. I'd appreciate that. I'm curious to see your findings. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, everybody. I hope you all have a wonderful day. I'm going to send you guys over to Mr. Armin. He's doing a 24-hour birthday stream. It's almost over. Go wish him a happy birthday. I hope you all have a wonderful day. And we will be back tomorrow.